Good evening and welcome back to the channel. Hope everyone is having a fabulous Friday. So tonight, back for part 2 of Need for Speed High Stakes. Last night I think it was 4 of 6 tournaments complete, and was it 4 or 5 special events? Oh yeah, Roadster, Club, Sedan, Touring. Outstanding, we've got the Supercar Series and the GT Racing Championship. The last one is apparently double race lengths as well, along with a bunch of extra tracks, so that's going to be a big boy. Let's see if there's any special events I can do. Apparently there's 8, but they unlock progressively as you progress the tournaments. So...
Last night I put my meat on the top shelf. The steak couldn't be higher.
Oh fuck. Oh dear. Okay, so I've unlocked the Corvette Pro Cup, but that requires a fully upgraded Corvette, and I do not have a Corvette, so that's going to cost me more to do than I'll actually win from it. I'll come back. Do next tourney. Thank you for the bits, free lot. Welcome to the stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the steak pub. Right, so I've done that one. I need a new car for this one. Porsche, Lambo Diablo, or another... I've had a Ferrari. No, Camaro... Mate. No. Just no. Anyway, good evening, Nabas. Welcome to the stream, mate. I mean, what am I meant to do to commemorate the Queen? What would constitute the most British video games? Grand Theft Auto 1? That was developed in Dundee. Nah, FIFA's developed in Canada. Football Manager, maybe. But I've always sucked at football management games. I don't have the patience to find the bargain players. Also, I'm not a big fan enough of football to do anything other than a 4-4-2. Drive Jags, but I don't have a choice. It's Porsche. German. Well, she was German. Ferrari's Italian. She wasn't Italian. Probably had some Italian in her. Lambo, obviously, also Italian. But that is not what I do. Look at that top speed. Terrible. I'm not having a Porsche. Based on stats, I can't actually afford the Ferrari. I'm gonna have to back out of this. Last time you played an FM game, spent 12 hours in the Indian League with a bunch of sings. Right, well, I'm at a bit of an impasse here. I think both of the things that I've got unlocked and haven't done can't really afford to compete in. I'm gonna go for the vet. If I'm gonna be... You always pay the entrance. Yeah. Just tick the box and worry about money later. People. I don't know if Chevrolet really has a brand colour, so you just buy that. I wish I knew this before I bought the Ferrari, but whatever. I need to fully upgrade it to be eligible. Banging. I suppose I could sell some cars. That'd help me along. Why has it put a fucking stripe on it again? One of the upgrades is putting stripes on, isn't it? Go faster stripes upgrade. One thing idea I've entertained, but never seriously, was doing Motorsport Manager streams. Because I left that game half finished. But you know how it is. Just not enough time in my life.
3, 2, 1, go!
What? Why is it not table controller setting? There we go. Okay, we've given them a head start. I was complaining about this game being too easy yesterday, so they've been given a head start. I think that's fair. I was annoyed yesterday when my Ferrari was given some ugly stripes. Ferrari shouldn't have go faster stripes on it. It should just be, you know, red. Anyway, Navas, how's your livery from hell coming with the fucking teeth? Freelop, if you've not been to the iRacing channel of my Discord today, I think you should give it a little visit. Oh, good. Nearly there. I know, right? Imagine having them following you in game.
You're in 4th place. It's the final lap.
You know how I said I wanted to go for a bike ride today? I tried. I really tried. 5 minutes and then the heavens opened. I turned around and came back home. It's not like anybody will be seeing the front of your car, Navis, when you're leading all those races. No, you fucking don't, eh? Okay, maybe he does. Car's not that fast. I've got the same car. It's not capable of that speed. What's going on? Weird game. Fuck. Whatever.
That's your best lap. You placed third.
Smiling as it wins. Yeah, the AI's a bit off in pace in this game, I think.
Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
Not a great start, but I call that the warm-up. So I basically need 300,000 credits to get the car for the next tournament and upgrade it a bit, don't I? Huh. Definitely gonna have to repeat a tournament, which I really didn't want to do. I can sell some cars. Sell some cars.
Three, two, one, go!
Yeah, goal for tonight. Finish this game. Not really intending to move on to the next one, but we can always spin the wheel. Oh, there it is to be done. I thought there was only one racing game. Welcome to the stream, mate. I hope you're doing well. Uh-oh.
You're in second place. It's the final lap.
I need to win. Oops. Mission do a win. Take a little step back. You okay there, mate? Some weird movement that my opponent did. Damn it! Doesn't help that it's hidden by the tunnel/bridge arrangement.
That's your best lap. You place second. Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
Great. Wow. I've finished the tournament. Get the credits. I need credit to credit farm anyway. It looks like I'm gonna have to run it again. Unless well, I need to win both races, and I need in one of them for Nemesis to not finish second. It's the only way. Even then, if it's a second and a third, that's a tie. I don't know how it decides ties. But it's not going to happen anyway, because Nemesis is the main rival.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, Billy Dickhead. Oh, his name's Frost. Oh, rip. Bye-bye, Frost. This isn't a good car for power sliding. No, the handling model, it's like they've gone too far from the other way of Hot Pursuit. And ideally they needed to be somewhere more in the middle of the two models. Nemesis is dropping points.
You're in second place. It's the final lap.
Oh, he's coming back. Yeah, it's not too bad. Key to a good feeling of speed in the game is getting a lot of stuff in your peripheral vision to whoosh past. Yeah, it doesn't matter how fast the car is if you're in like a big car park with nothing around you, it'll feel slow.
That's your
Okay.
best lap. You've won the race.
Okay. Nemesis finished third. So if I win the next race, I'm guaranteed to at least tie the event. That's assuming Nemesis finishes second, of course.
Congratulations. You've got a top time for this track.
Yeah, might not. Might make the question about what happens in a tiebreaker entirely moot. Ah. Oh, the dolphin. Still not had the invoice from the venue for the gig. Top secret gig.
3, 2, 1, go!
So the timeline on it, the recent timeline is, well, the entire timeline is a week ago. I said, like after reading through their documentation, I said that all seems great. If you want, I can pay a deposit now, get sorted. And it's like, right, fine, we'll send you an invoice. Yesterday, I got an email. I was planning to email them yesterday anyway because I've not had the invoice yet. So I was planning to email them. I got an email saying there's been a challenge for the date and we're penciled in. Are you still interested? It's like, yes. If you are still interested, let me know. I'll send an invoice now. Now, I don't know about you, but I have certain ideas on what the word now means. So it's like, great, I'm gonna get this signed off and we can officially announce. You know, because that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I've kind of in my head, it's like, let's get the thing official instead of being penciled in and then announce. So yeah, it's like, right, great, you know, send it to me. Nothing. 2 hours later, it's like, can you please send it today? We're really keen to announce the event. Got an email at 7 AM this morning saying, I'll sort this today. And that's the last I heard. Oh, there's a 6 gear
You're
in this
in
car.
second place. It's the final lap.
I mean, I don't get it because I want to give them money and they're not facilitating me giving them money. Do they not want money? If I was in a business, I'd be kind of keen to get the money. You know, it's what businesses want, isn't it? If you're stuck babysitting, then there's nothing planned for the 17th. Honestly, mate, I have a babysitter for that date. You know, unless I actually never get this invoice, but I'm sure it'll be along soon. And then we can finally tell you all about this top secret thing that's not happening until it is. finish it. It's a final sprint for the win. Going to the line. Yes!
That's your best lap. You won the race.
It's just the egregious and incorrect use of the word now that really got me.
Congratulations. You've got a top time for this track.
Well, and the soon-to-be incorrect use of the word today. Oh, cool! I get the tiebreaker. Sweet. Unfortunately, I've got less credits than when I started this series. So.
Congratulations.
Oh
You
no,
have
there's.
won the
I've still
gold
got
trophy.
less. A Pro Cup Corvette? Oh, nice. Can I use that? Right. Any more special events I can do? Done that. That's the first one. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 5. Right, 6 out of 8 on special events. Really use some credits, mate. I can't afford any of those cars. I could just about afford the 911 before, but then I went and did the Corvette thing, and now I have even less credits. So I'm just gonna have to do this again, I suppose. God damn it. Don't want to repeat things. Has anyone got any exciting plans for the weekend? They want to share with the chat?
Three, 2, 1, go!
Get minced. Oh, of course, your trip to France. Have a good one, mate. Are you all packed?
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
Yeah, hopefully. I think is my co-organizer is going away on Monday, so yeah. So he's really keen to get it announced this weekend, but like, I'm not even like worried about losing the slot. I just feel like it's wrong to announce before it's locked down, so to speak. You know, I'm not worried about having to say, actually, we've lost the venue. It's rather the venue looking at it going, why are you announcing stuff we haven't confirmed? In truth, it'd probably be absolutely fine. I'm still anxious about that.
You beat the lap record.
Oh,
You
hooray.
won the race.
No email.
Congratulations! You've beat the best time and lap record for this track.
Oh, man. I'm so handsome and talented. Don't be an Alpine. Yep, okay. That fits. That fits. I'm happy with that analogy. Come on. Oh no, it's raining.
3, 2, 1, go!
The grids are really spread out on this. Oh no! I thought, yeah, through the two trees. Oh, there was a sneaky third one there, wasn't there? It's alright, we're only credit farming. Oh, crumbs. Slippy track, innit? Did you hear, Navis, that some of the documents they presented to the FIA Contract Recognition Board as evidence of them having a deal with Piastri hadn't even been signed by Piastri? How did we get it so wrong? Madness. I mean, these are... It's an F1 team, it's a multi-million-dollar business company. And again, F1 as a whole, there's always been this like kind of amateurish ability to shoot itself in the foot, you know. Porsche Red Bull talks of collapse, yeah, apparently
it's
so.
the final lap.
Don't know why, and we probably never know why on that one. I don't know, is there any Any suggestion as to why that's happened? Because what was the deal going to be? It was going to be a Red Bull Porsche, where they kind of take over the Red Bull Powertrains division. And therefore, I assume, get hold of the old Honda intellectual property on the engine there. Okay, Porsche wanted the race team. Strange. So they wanted to do to Red Bull what Audi are doing to Sauber. Are Audi doing that to Sauber, or are they just outright powertrain development? Seems mad for Audi and Porsche to be competing in the same series anyway, because you know they're the same company. It's like they were both in Formula E, they were both in World Endurance Championship,
the lap record.
competing
You won
against
the race.
each other. It's a bit confusing. No email. Got my phone right in front of me, so I could just lift it over and see if I've got a notification.
Congratulations! You set new course and lap records.
Celtic brewing backwards. And mirrored and night without weather. I mean, did they not trust Red Bull to run the racing team? Or were they going to just put Red Bull back into kind of a sponsorship role? Whatever. Oh, hey, Red Bull, just give us your racing team and we'll let you be lead sponsor. Yeah.
Three, 2, 1, go!
Honda coming back. That'll probably do well for Red Bull. Although, is that back as an engine supplier or as a team? Oops. Kind of mad for them to walk away the moment they win a title, as they tried to do. You know. I mean, the fact that they were going to, or, you know, have attempted to exit, it emphasises something I've kind of felt about manufacturers and F1 for a while. And this is that manufacturers will always kind of come and go from the sport as suits their business needs, you know. They'll never be committed like the independent teams are. You know, those teams that whose reasons for existence is to compete in Formula One. I felt that you know, more care should be taken, and I suppose it is now with the cost cap, but more care should be taken of the independents because those are the ones who'll stick with the sport in the lean years, assuming they can afford to. Whereas, yeah, as you saw in the financial crisis of 2008-ish, you know, Toyota went away, Honda went away. Who else bailed out? BMW had bailed out not long earlier. Or I think BMW were in 2008, because they were in bed with Sauber, actually. So BMW bailed out, you know.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
At the next sign of trouble, you know, a bunch of Manus might just do the same again. You know, Renault tried to get out when, you know, after Crashgate, and probably, you know, well, they went down to just being an engine supplier instead of a team owner. But that, yeah, that wasn't financial crash. That was shame. So yeah, it's like, you know, manufacturers, businesses like that will never be loyal to the sport. They're only loyal to their own needs. So, you know, I don't think they should be given as much preferential treatment as they do. I'm sacrificing a load of points here because I'm too busy spouting off. Yeah, I thought Andretti would be a good addition. But of course, you know, the appeal to manufacturers has changed now as well, so I don't know what the dynamic is now. Because it did used to be that F1 was just a money black hole. And it's not quite the case anymore because cost cap. You know, running an F1 team soon could be could just be outright profitable. Look. You know, the dynamic has completely changed. I don't know what that what that changes for the manufacturers, who kind of don't need it to be profitable.
That's your best lap. You won the race.
Time will tell what happens. Of course, the new dynamic is because the sports revenues get split more evenly across the teams. It's less performance-based now. It's there is a
Congratulations! You've got a top time
financial
for this track.
motivation to not allow an 11th team on the grid. Because allowing an 11th team in is like an extra slice of the pie. That's less money for the rest of the teams. So, yeah. Oh well. Come on, let's go back to 12 teams. A message, but it's not an email. It was about music.
3, 2, 1, go!
After this race, I'm going to have a quick 1 minute break to send a message because I've just had an amazing idea.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
Fucked up my Ferrari again. Oh, fucking hell. I think I made that same mistake on the previous lap. Went over a crest. Oh god, the road shifted on the roof with T. Yeah, this fully beefed up Ferrari is well overpowered for this series.
That's your best lap. You've won the race.
I just need to message Slops because I've had a good idea. I think he would appreciate this.
3, 2, 1, go.
Fortunately, because it's top secret stuff.
Congratulations!
Can't tell you what's going on.
You've got a top time for this track.
I'm sure he'd be delighted with my suggestion. Yeah, I kind of want to be driving away because this is a credit farm after all. Oh, he's not delighted with my suggestion. He's gone FFS.
Three, 2, 1, go!
Bye, other cars. Uh-oh. Oversteer snaps. Ah! It's fine.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
Quiet voiceover, man. I'm trying to talk. Not making it for the most thrilling content right now, is it? But whatever. Is that a fucking hot air balloon going down below the cliff on the right a moment ago? Bonk. What you need to do, Navis, is get a selection
You beat the
wheel.
lap record. You won the race.
If you've got a few in mind, shove them in a wheel. Job's a good one. And if you don't like the result that comes out, it means you wanted to play the other one more anyway.
Congratulations. You've beat the best time and lap record for this
God,
track.
God help me what this challenge would be like if I was picking the order myself. Dolphin Cove again. Yeah, I don't think Slops has realised I'm streaming based on the amount of messages I'm getting right now. Probably didn't help by replying to one of them. But I had a good idea. I needed to get it down before I forgot it.
3, 2, 1, go!
So I have it on mute anyway. Just permanent mute because I don't like being disturbed. I have it on vibrate and I am actually sensitive to the noise and the vibration now, so yeah, whatever. Namus, in the interest of saving me doing any more credit farming, is one of the cars in the 5th tournament also used in a special event? Gonna save me buying 2 of them, basically. That's happened to me twice now. I've obviously gone for the fastest car because it makes sense. Just to get bitten later because I needed to buy the other one for a special event.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
The 911. That was the cheapest one. Oh, god damn it. Right, I'll buy the 911, try the tournament. Yeah. Hopefully I can still win. But it was definitely the red-headed stepchild of the 3 cars. Anyway, thanks for checking
your
that for me.
best lap. You won the race.
Oh. Bloody drinks mat sticking to the glass.
3, 2. Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
Anyway, I win.
Congratulations!
That
You
should be
have
enough
won
credits
the
for a fully
gold
upgraded
trophy.
Porsche, I think. So I shall buy the Porsche and, shock horror, fully upgrade it. The International Supercar Theories. Oh, I can sell shit. Yeah, well, okay. I unequivocally do not need that Camaro again, I think. Goodbye. Aston Martin, out you go. BMW Z3 Roadster 2.8. 550 Maranello. That's the one I was just... I'm going to keep that for now, just in case. Oh, the vet. Oh, I could sell the vet. I'm going to do the vet series again. Out you go. Okay. Money woes over. Alright. That's a good Porsche colour. I think yellow. Yeah, I've done. I started with the Corvette Pro Cup. Wait, I didn't sell the prize, did I? Shit. Didn't let me do that, did it? Fuck. Did I? Oh. Hold on. I'm worried now. You've worried me. Corvette Pro Cup. There we go. Look at it. Look at how done it is. International Supercar Theory. Let me upgrade my Porsche. God, it ruins the livery again. Oh god, they've changed the bodywork as well. Nice little splitter on the front there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the special edition was unsellable, and I believe that's the case. Based on, I don't remember seeing it in the sales list.
Three, two, one, go!
Six-speed gearbox. Okay, it handles well. What the fuck was that, Mr. Frost?
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
Yeah. Is the RUF series still a thing in iRacing, Navis? One of those weird kind of dead series, isn't it? Or does it have its own little following? Alright, fully upgraded, slowest car is
That's
still
your
good enough.
best lap. You've won the race.
I mean, for a long time it was there because they couldn't get a Porsche deal, wasn't it? And there's kind of like Porsches everywhere now. I think Slop stuck the hint. I told him, no, we've not had an email. Also, I'm streaming now.
Congratulations. You beat the best time for this track.
Yeah, if it retired and I've not heard about it, it just shows that it wasn't getting played anyway. But, you know, things have to get removed to make space for the new things, because if they put too many series in, you just end up with too many. You end up spreading the user base too thin. Won the race battle, but have I... Ugh, I'm not saying the rest of that. Free lot, mate. Trying to goad me into getting cancelled.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's nice to know that the cheapest car, fully upgraded, is still plenty fast enough to just depart from the rest of the field. Wow, 10 years. But yeah, it was due to leave, wasn't it? I mean, it's not just about spreading the user base thin either. Having your cars in like active series gives the developers an obligation to update those cars, whether it be to bring it onto the new damage model or tyre model updates, things like that. They also need to retire cars to keep the workload for the development team manageable.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
If they do an across the game like graphics change, they've got to test it with every car, things like that. If you just have an infinitely expanding roster of cars, you also get a infinitely expanding list of items to test every time you try and do an update. Which again makes me surprised that the Formula Renault 2.0 hasn't been retired, because it's occupying exactly the same niche as the Formula 4. And if they bring out a Formula 2 sort of car, I'd expect the Formula Renault 3.5 to depart as well. But I can see them giving the Renault 2.0 another year just because they put it on the new damage model. Was it a year ago? We get another year out of that, so to speak.
That's your best lap. You've won the race. Three, two, one.
But even when they did choose that as one of the earlier open wheelers for the new damage model, my theory that it was chosen because
the best time for this track.
As kind of a test guinea pig for the other open wheelers. You know, pick one of the less popular cars. Because, you know, a lot of principles of that will apply to the other cars as well, the other open wheel cars. So, you know, let the Renault 2.0 guys deal with all the bugs and apply the lessons learned to the other open wheelers. But, yeah, things work both ways. I still need to get in and win a race in the Renault 2.0 before it gets retired, though.
Three, two, one, go!
Because I ran it just before I went on holiday. I forgot to fill it up with fuel and threw away a podium in the process. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. I did enjoy that race, so I've been meaning to get back in it. Why is that? Uh-oh. Fucking hell. Why is that bit of that horrible dead end even a thing? I know I'm in reverse mode. Come on, guys. Come on, developers from what, over 20 years ago. Sort it out. Buggered the engine now. Podium. Tell you one thing the Racing Challenge has done for me though. Our viewers have never seen me win so frequently. Yeah, absolutely, Navis. It's a shame. There's so much in there that I'd love to race.
It's the final lap.
I enjoy an awful lot of it. You know, I enjoy this too, so. Yeah, I was looking at the put a trailer out. They've put in AI racing for the Lotus 49. I was looking at that. Oh, I fancy a go with the Lotus 49. What am I like? But yeah, my intention is to use... I've got enough credits for pretty much 2 tracks at the moment. So, it makes more sense to use them on tracks rather than cars for me. Oof! Thought I had it there. Thought I was on for the perfect blind corner. Oh. You know what?
Sloppy!
It's not the sloppiest thing I've done this with. Oh, hello, Sloppy. I thought Navas was taunting me then. Alright, Slops, how you doing, mate?
That's your best lap. You placed second.
I say with the amount of engine damage I took there, I'll take a second. No invoice, by the way. I check after every race.
Congratulations. You beat the best time.
Oh,
for
they
this
promised
track.
today. They promised today. So we'll probably get it on Friday. Like next Friday. It'll be one of those where we're told to turn up at 4 for sound checks, and they won't open the pub till 6, and we'll just be stood outside in the middle of winter in numb fingers. We'll get on stage. It's like, Paul, why can't you sound check your automaton? It's like my fingers are literally frozen, mate.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, no, no. At least I was allowed inside of the Star and Garter. While we sat there and I popped to the train station, Sainsbury's in the train station to buy some batteries. Not that I expected my automaton batteries to run out. But I thought I'd do a precautionary. And those same batteries did me for Horsefest. Batteries and... So, Mr. Slops, I know you won't be streaming again until after the Chicagos now. But is your setup ready to go again? Okay. Alright, so you've got the hardware now, have you? Right, I see.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
Is the voiceover that's in breakfast for breakfast? Obviously it's stopped now. I pointed it out. Oh, I was doing that in mirror mode as well. Oh, mate. Honest to God, one of my favourite things in the morning breakfast. NGL, not gonna lie. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's alright, under control. It's fine, it's fine. What did I have for breakfast? A bowl of fruit and fibre cereal. Lidl. With milk. I'm a big fan of fruit and fibre. Nice stuff. The word fibre sounds off-putting on the box, but no, it's good stuff. I enjoy it. Mostly because I really enjoy, one, raisins and sultanas, and two, those like dried yogurt banana slices they have in there. Gorgeous. It's because it's sugar in it and I've got a sweet tooth. No invoice.
Congratulations! You've beat the best time and lap record for this track.
Oh yeah! I am fast boy. Look at me being faster than all those slower cars. Awesome.
Fucking voice.
Did he say inverse? Excellent. I'm learning more French every day. Let's go to Durham. Forgot inverse. Thank you for the bit, by the way. It's really nice. Invoice pending.
3, 2, 1, go!
Shit, what weird
You're
weeby
in
hentai
first
game
place.
is that?
It's the final
Ugh.
lap.
Besides, why do you need to install anything? You're just going to spend the entire flight playing Cookie Clicker. How many ascensions do you have left? Also, have you ever considered Art of Rally? It's a good game. It's a good game. A nuclear throne. Ooh. I think there's been a new zone added to Art of Rally that I haven't played yet. I think they were meant to add Indonesia. I've not raced it yet. I should get that. Ah, but I'm playing enough car games. Aww.
That's your best lap. You've won the race.
Do you know what would be nice for your flights, actually? I think a couple of like 4-hour one-shots. Have you played Gris? GRIS?
Congratulations. You beat the best time.
It's a nice
for this
arty
track.
one. I bashed it out in a single stream and it was fucking gorgeous. Don't get stray. Fair enough. How long's the flight? Like 9 hours? I'm assuming there's going to be a nap in there somewhere. In fact, one thing to bear in mind, what's the battery life of the deck? It's not great, isn't it? The flight has charges, nice. I was going to warn you because
2, 1, go!
my last flight was Ryanair. I'm not sure if it's like this for all airlines, but we were specifically told that we weren't allowed to use power banks on the flight because of the fire risk. But of course, you know, there's a world of difference between Ryanair and British Airways. So yeah, I was... I'd seen you mention the power bank plan before, so I was... it occurred to me afterwards, and it's like, yeah, I should really mention that to him if I have the chance. But as you say, British Airways have their own things to plug into, so you are absolutely sorted there, I feel. I've only been to America once myself. Been my only proper long haul flight. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Fall Guys support to be forthcoming either because, well, Epic bought it, didn't they?
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
I'm saying that the Steam Deck support list doesn't necessarily mean that it won't work. Isn't it just a case of that it's a verified list? And a lot of things that aren't verified will just still run quite happily. Steam OS doesn't support Epic's anti-cheat software. Oh gosh, what a surprise. Yeah, that's definitely an anti-consumer choice, if you ask me. Get you like little thing just to nudge you towards buying your games off Steam rather than Epic. All right, Nabis. Yeah, I suppose there's just generally be more hurdles with any online-enabled game. It's an offline game, it's an offline game. Get it running, and then it runs.
You beat the lap record. You won the race.
Yeah. I'm sure he wants offline N64 experiences. That's entirely what he wants in his life right now, Freelop.
Congratulations! You've beat the best time and
Oh, you're
lap
doing
record for this track.
Oktoberfest. Oh, nice. What's the official Oktoberfest weekend? Ooh, Snowy Ridge, new track. I've already won the tournament though, so I don't need to worry too much about it. A lot of it happens in September, I believe. Because fuck you, calendar fans. Yeah. Last weekend of September. Nothing.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah. Damn tightening corner. Breakfast selection. Thing is, we're not going to be able to find another venue open on the 17th of December, are we? At this notice. I mean, never mind the 17th. Gulliver's didn't have a Saturday. Whoa, got distracted by the fucking gigantic ski lift thing there. It's the size of a fucking double-decker bus on its side. Ah, shit. God, Chump's in second. Go Chump! The Dwayne of the Need for Speed world. Ah, Chump, you're taking the piss now, lad. Go drive into a cliff. Alright, man.
You're in second
Good luck.
place. It's the final lap.
Oof. Oh, things got a bit rocky there. Fuck. Oh no! The size of that fucking ski lift. Madness, man. Madness. Uh-oh. Come on, out of the fence, please. Still like to do well. Oh, is it one of those that takes 30 minutes to explain something that only takes 5? I miss written tutorials. Fucking hate video tutorials, mate. Or the worst are when they just keep getting sidetracked by irrelevant points. It's like, write a script, dude. Don't do it off the top of your head.
That's your best lap. You placed 3rd.
It's like when I was trying to add spec maps to my iRacing liveries. Most of the videos are between 20 and 60 minutes long. But you only need a 5-minute video.
Congratulations!
It's not that hard.
You've got a top
And they make
time
it
for this
seem
track.
hard by over bloating the video. Sort your shit out, tutorial video makers. Okay. You have won the International Supercar Series Gold Trophy and been awarded the Snowy Ridge track. Your first place finish has unlocked the Porsche Pro Cup special event. Look, yeah. I'm going to go and do the Porsche Pro Cup special event. That is why I ran that series in the Porsche, because I asked Nabbers to game FAQs it for me. I didn't want to buy a different car, piss away all my credits, and have to do another... Have to do more credit grinding. No email. Twiggler Open Series. No, I've done that one. I've done that one. It's £5,000. Porsche Pro Cup. Car required. The one I've got. Fully upgraded Porsche 911. I wish to pay the entrance fee. Indeedly-dee. However, one thing before I begin this Porsche Pro Cup, I'm going to have a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm going to top up my drinks and offload the previous ones.
BR BBR 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 BBR
Hey Slops, you want to hear some shocking news? And thank you for the bits, by the way. I don't have the wireless headset anymore for my streaming because better microphone in it. So I didn't hear you bub 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 bub. Rum. God, it's like they don't want us to sell 70 tickets to their pub. Shall we just set up a PA in Piccadilly Gardens and busk the gig? Since you're not playing your guitar, well, maybe not doing
2,
that.
1, go!
I suppose. That's why we're playing a smaller venue. Yeah, you said we had a hundo at Starengata. This place doesn't even hold a hundo. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I mean, I feel that me doing a Christmas show after the success of the Twitch gig is a big deal. I'm going to do every song from that gig. I've got a bunch of kazoos left over that I'm going to hand out. And if I have less than 70, I'll buy some more. So I'm going to do all of those classics. I feel like every song I did that day went down well. And I'll be adding some more on top of it. Same theme, non-Christmas song with Christmas lyrics. Are there any? Because I don't want to be. Because I've done giving out inflatables before. Like I've thrown out inflatable bananas and that. I don't want to be outdone on the inflatables. Is there any like Christmas inflatables I could do? Oh, mate, yes. That would be horrific. The challenge is just remembering to look before before a week before the gig.
That's your best lap. You
This
won the
gig's
race.
fucking easy, man. Nemesis in 4th. Excellent.
Congratulations. You beat the best time for this track.
And that, like, in the tournament mode, I can explain it. Why is there a Corvette? Oh, no, that's not the race result. In the tournament mode, I can explain it because I'm running fully upgraded cars, and it's like I've upgraded myself to uncompetitiveness. However, this is a spec series, i.e., to enter, I had to have specifically a fully upgraded Porsche 911. And I am racing exclusively fully upgraded Porsche 911s. So, what do you say? I saw Damage Plan play that at Download in 2004. It was alright. You could definitely tell the difference because everyone was all kind of met about Damage Plan, and then they played Walk and the place went fucking wild.
Three, 2, 1, go!
I also remember seeing Machine Head cover it in kind of a medley. In what would have been about 2002 at Academy 1. Shit, 20 years ago. Oh no! It's been 20 years since I saw Machine Head for the first time. Rob Flynn's really old. It was like my second ever metal gig that. I'd been to see Fear Factory on their Digimortal tour like 2 months before. Fuck, I would have been 16. 16. 21 years ago. Shit. You were probably a bit too young then. Yeah, I went to Machine Head again like a year later. Oh, well, the thing is, they broke up for a little bit before Archetype came out. That was there. Yeah, they did the Digimortal. Then they half broke up, half kicked out Dino. Brought in the strapping young lad bassist, moved their bassist to guitar. Then released Archetype. And I was delighted. I saw them twice in 2 nights because Fear Factory were pretty much my favourite band as a teenager. It was between them and L is for Heroes. Oh yeah, it was a good album. And then they released the next one, which wasn't.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
Yes. My friend ordered the tickets though, so I can't tell you if the tickets are here or not. But yeah, we had a ticket for the previous date and we've rolled it over, so yeah, going to that. Yes, let's do that. That sounds nice. Oh gosh, next year I finally get to see Elton John. We only ordered those tickets in 2018. It will be the longest ever between ordering a ticket and seeing the show, because it was originally meant to be 2020. Then obviously the Ronas put it back to 2022 and he broke his hip. And I'm kind of glad that an old man broke his hip, because the gig would have been the week I had coronavirus. I already lost 4 gigs to that dose of the Rona, but it could have been so much worse.
your
Really got
best
robbed on the
lap.
line.
You've won the race.
Mate, tickets were getting close to 200 quid each. It was mad. And it's reasonably close, but obviously not fronts. Because my mum, like Elton John,
You beat
is
the best time for this track.
Elton John is like her absolute 100% favourite. So there was no way we were going to go cheap on this one, you know. Because it is meant to be a farewell tour. So we had to do it big. You know, even though she's sitting tens of times, you just can't fuck around. So, yeah. We saw him in 2014 in Lee, of all places. That was a good day. A funny story with that one, actually. My dad he's a complete opposite to me, right? He is like super confident. He can blag anyone. He can talk to anyone. He very much in awe of his social skills, which I will never be able to replicate. I'm going to pause because this is a good story. And he, you know, and so they had like, because it was a stadium gig, it's like Lee Rugby Club's ground. We were in kind of like the second block of seats, and they had like another row of fencing before the first block to stop people just walking to the front and standing at the barrier, which is exactly what my dad wanted to do. He's like, oh, Paul, it's easy. All you do is put your finger over the fucking seat number, flash it, look confident, walk through. It's like, all right, Dad, I'll come to the front with you. And so we're walking through, and he walks through, does the trick, gets through. I get stopped. And my dad turns around. He's like, come on, Paul. Like, and I decide to sacrifice myself for him. It's like, Dad, just go. Just go. You know, don't get... I've been caught. Just fucking fuck off already. Don't get caught with me. So I ended up having to wander back to our seats and spend the gig on my own. But I was trying to be like, make the noble sacrifice. It's like, how have you not got through, you fucking idiot?
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, his logic sound, you know, it's the old what's the worst that could happen? You get turned back. I just don't have that confidence, man. It's why I don't want to announce the show before having paid a deposit, because you know what? I'm certain we've got the show. I'm certain it's not going to fall out. My actual worry is the venue looks at it and goes, oh, they've gone a bit ahead of themselves. Meh. Oh. And the truth is, they probably never even see that we'd announced it. I don't know. I have put the venue into the event. I don't know if they get notified of that. It's just a mad little doing things right thing I've got in my head. It is super frustrating. I'm super frustrated too, because I am super excited to shove that onto Facebook, and because I think the response will be really good. But yeah, I have to do things properly. That's me. I mean, you know, you've done a fucking 10 out of 10 poster. Of course you want people to see that. I want people to see that awesome photo you did of yourself.
You're in first place. It's the final
I want people
lap.
to be excited that I'm doing a live Christmas show because they love the streamed one so much. Oh gosh. If I get another challenge email before
You
that
beat the
invoice,
lap record. You won the race.
fuck my life. It's like, I've been dying to give you money. Please let me give you money. So I can tell all my friends
You beat
about
the
the
best time
exciting
and
event
lap
I've got
record for this
planned for
track.
them. And so I could tell my friends to come to your pub and buy pints from your bar. Ah. A load of David Snowy.
Three, two, one, go.
I'm gonna hazard a guess that the final special event is unlocked by beating the final tournament. But we're getting close, but I believe Nabas, because Nabas has done this game recently. But we might not be winning this race. I think he said, that races in the final tournament are 4 laps rather than 2. God damn it. And B, it unlocks 3 extra tracks. Which is mad. Why would you backload all your content like that? I've been running mostly the same few tracks over and over again, and I'm sick of them. And apparently there's 3 more tracks I've not touched yet, because I've not done the final tournament. Look. This car is ruined. Do I have a restart? No. Okay, we are suffering. It's okay, I've won the other 3 races. My lead's quite unassailable. What, we can get a refund, isn't it? Haven't we just done a straight purchase of this room? Oh, was that to get them to open the downstairs bar? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cheap room. Wow.
You're
I can
in
kind of
5th
understand
place.
why.
It's the final lap.
Oh wow. Well, that's the thing. We're paying for the room here, and we don't get a portion of the bar spend. But you know, whatever. I just want to play my automaton in front of people. Oh, this car is ruined. Oh, absolutely. I mean, if we don't have to sell much to break even. Only twice. Well, what was the capacity of Whiskey Jar? Because we sold that one out, didn't we? It's a lot more central. It was an expensive bar there, wasn't it? $175 in there. Fuck off. Thing is, you're not going to be doing much bar trade if it's too packed for people to get to the bar. I would suggest, Slops, that if you're planning to crash diet for Chicago, you may have left it a little late.
Record. You placed third.
Nothing. Unless you're just going to starve yourself for the weekend. You may as well just have a fucking kebab.
You've beat the best time and lap record for this track.
Did you find your fancy boy shirt? For your Tory Chicago dinner.
Congratulations! You have won the gold trophy.
Special edition Pro Cup Porsche 911. Oh, that's shite, mate. It's not Guy Fieri shirt, is it? Alright, the GT Racing Championship, competition of the highest level featuring hand-built GT class race cars on closed circuit racetracks. You what? What? Oh, let's go shopping. Oh, Nabas, are you here, mate? Please come back. I need to know which car to buy. Oh, just Raceway 2 and Raceway 3. Oh, gosh. So it's not all of the other tracks plus 3 more tracks. It's just 3 tracks. Thank God. Well, you see, the concern, Slop, is for the previous tournament, I would not have bought the Porsche because that was the slowest. However, you needed it to do that special event I just did. And so you can save a lot of dollar if you go for the one that has a second use. Oof, 500 grand. But I think there's only one special event left. Got the McLaren F1. Mr. Bean has one of them. Or the Mercedes Glitter. The Mercedes Clit Glitter. Stats are equal. He said he'd be back later. I can't believe he'd let me down like this. I'll go for the Macca. Who'd spend all that money and have it in black? You want these cars to be looked at. Orange for a McLaren is brand appropriate. Ah, Batman with his superpower of being really fucking rich. Right, buying a McLaren. I did put a save just before buying this car, actually, so it should be okay. Woohoo! Rum. Race. That's no, that was the little indent in the middle there. Looks like the 5-point corner in Russia. But this was a long time before they built that course. And F1's never going back. Fuck you, Russia. I'm still wearing my suit, even though I'm on a race course now. Surprised that they put, like, after all of the kind of open world tracks, all of a sudden we've got race circuits now. And this explains why it's reasonable for it to go to 4 laps as well, because, as I've said once, possibly twice already, I was expecting this tournament to be all of the tracks plus so far, plus these 3. And it's just not. It's so weird. Off. I think we might be on a reverse mode. It's all of the directional signposts. You can't read them, they're facing the wrong way. F.
You're in 4th place, lap 2.
I suspect I might have to do this tourney a couple of times in order to afford some upgrades. Well, we're not doing terribly. Oh. Caught that slide. Nice. Heck. Is the game finally hard? Well, I've not bought my way to success quite. I'm still in 3rd place on a track I've never driven before, so I wouldn't say it's... Oh, dick nose. Learn your place, sir. Do you know who I am? I'm a genuine celebrity. They probably spread out the AI to account for the whole 4 lapsness of it all as well. There's one thing I notice a lot in Hot Pursuit. You could generally expect to catch up to the leader if your final lap was clean. I.e., it'd be kind of rubber banded away from you for the first 3 laps. And then it would fall into your clutches for the grandstand finish.
You're in 3rd place, lap 3.
Got my paint scheme, dickhead. Aww. If we clear this guy this lap, I reckon I've got a shot at the win. Oh, look the time you have to leave at the space. I'm in 3. Is the game finally hard? I'm edging towards no. Shortcuts.
That's your best
final
lap.
lap.
You're
Final
in
lap.
second place. It's the final lap.
Twitchy. Your spider senses suck. Well, saying that, I'm just opening the phone to see if I've had a notification. As I do get email notifications, but email notifications aren't necessarily instant, so you might be right and just the notifications not come through. Now, Slops, you're going to be really shocked here. There's no email. Yeah, that sequence is much better if you don't go clattering over the curves.
You won the race.
Anyway, game got hard. No. Okay, apparently, according to that, the Mercedes is the car to have.
Go.
Because the other two Mercs were fifth, Maccas were fifth and sixth.
Congratulations. You beat the best time for this track.
Now we have Raceway. Direction forward, off. Oh, cheers, mate. Much appreciated. Have you seen the license plate on the cars on this? Hey, Nabas. Nabas, which car did I need for the final tournament? Does it matter? Because I've bought the McLaren, but if I need the Mercedes for a special event, I'm going to be livid.
3, 2, 1, go!
Every message is double posted. Oh dear. Race car. Get fucking minced. No, I think that was mostly Slops just spamming. Invoice. No invoice.
in second place. Lap 2.
Do not mount the curbs, Paul. Feels fine, mate. Did you take the Macca as well, then? Oh. I'm just trying to go too hard. Wait. Death. Yep, PS4 pad. I've done nothing with sensitivities or anything via the emulator. It's all just default. In the end, you tilt a stick and it sends a percentage. You are 10% steering, 50%, whatever. I don't see makes being that much to do with it.
That's your best lap. You're in third place. Lap 3.
Going backwards. Alright. Strange. If you were to buy a PS4 controller, I would say buy new, because stick drift does seem to become a thing with these. So it's not worth getting one second hand. Absolutely works fine. The main reason I use a PS4 controller on my PC is because I own a PS4. They were here. I do have a Steam controller as well, but that boy's too chunky. My dainty little hands. I get annoyed with it. Tried a couple of times with it and yeah, it just doesn't work for me.
You're in fourth place. It's
yeah,
the
that did
final
occur
lap.
to me, Mr. Slops. I do appreciate that. That just shows how much they nailed the first DualShock design, that they've effectively never had to change it. I mean, the R2L2 became analog triggers. I think they made the buttons analog instead of digital, or you know, pressure sensitive. But yeah, they kind of struggle for things to do with this controller, don't they? Yeah, the pedant in me loves that the analog sticks in the PlayStation controller are in like symmetrical positions. I'm a fan of that. Okay, third, not good enough.
That's your best lap. You placed third.
Not sure what the layout of the Switch Pro controller is. Okay, mate. No worries. Email. Oh, disappointment. Avid Pro Tools team. I don't even use Pro Tools, mate.
You beat the best time for
I'm a
this
Reaper
track.
boy. Oof. 1 point lead over Mr. Frost. Nemesis down in 5th. Heck. Right, come on. Let me buy some upgrades. These cars even have upgrades. They don't. No wonder I was able to win the first race. Okay. No upgrades. Oh, this looks a bit more of a sensible track. Alright, final race of the tournament. I was expecting this tournament to be like 3 times longer.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, that speedometer could do with being in a more readable place. I.e. the bottom right hand corner where I expect it to be. I got proper Nordschleife curves at this track that are far too tall. No. It's a tunnel. That's not safe. All these pillars that people can crash into. Get back here.
You're in first place. Lap 2.
Yeah, I am. To win. Nick Bullet fired himself into a pillar. This thing's got awfully quiet behind me.
That's your best lap. You're in first place. Lap 3.
why it sounds like I've stepped on a landmine when I land in a tunnel. Oh yeah, I do it with the echo, 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 echo.
Sloppy.
Well, well, look who's come slopping back.
That's your best lap. You're in first place. It's the final lap.
No. No. Fuck. I had it. Just lost the back end. Might be repeating this one. So we got most of the lap. Oh, right, I'm going full concentrate now. Don't ask me about invoices, please, for about a minute.
Ten siblings. Ten siblings.
Oh, it's Chump in the lead. I don't think he's a championship threat. Oh, gosh. Oh, it's Nemesis. He's not a championship threat either. That could be fine. I'm not 100% sure on Chump. Nemesis wasn't in there. But I think that's kind of been an upside down result. We might be fine. Oh, what you want there is
Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
Oh, there we go. Oof, Chump nearly. So close, 1 point. Ah, there we go. That's tournaments done. You have won the GT Racing Championship Gold Trophy. I've been awarded the closed circuit racetracks. Your first place finish qualifies you to race in the endurance racing competition. Ooh. Right, okay. You're awarded gold in all tournaments and been awarded a bonus car. Tournaments are now open to all cars. Check car options to enable opponent upgrades. Okay. Okay, so they've done a bit there for a bit of extra longevity in there. I opened it all up and blah blah blah. That's nice. Anyway. Yeah, not true endurance. A grueling international event in which stamina is essential as racing skill. Open entry. That'd be Maka. So this is basically a all tracks tournament. What I was expecting the final tournament to be, the 3 raceways plus a bunch of circuits. Although actually all of the road circuits aren't there. Unless they just didn't put scrolling into the track list. I wonder how long the races are. Phantom? Oh, is that the one I unlocked? Yeah, I'll race the Phantom. I'll do easy mode. I'm fine with that. You're gonna give me this ridiculous car and then an endurance mode. I don't know. The thing is, Slops, you know, you say daft like 100 laps, you know I've done dafter. Oh, gosh, no. That's not what it sounds like. 4 laps. Fuck. Okay, exactly what I expected the final tournament to be.
1, go!
Actually, if I remember correctly, in these open modes, they match all the cars to what you pick. Yeah, I've got this Phantom, and everyone else will be Phantoms. Excuse me. Just a cactus shell. Where's this car meant to be? Yeah, actually, our 12 hours of Sebring. So, 2 minutes a lap. That's 30 laps an hour. 12 hours. That would have been getting onto the 360 laps mark, wouldn't it? And Daytona, shorter lap time for 24 hours. That must have gone into the 600s. Of course, I didn't do all of those laps. I had teammates.
You're in 5th place, lap 2.
It's alright. Plenty time yet. I'm just getting used to the new car. Moided. Car has damage.
You beat the lap record. You're in 3rd place, lap 3.
I say they've got to spread the cars out a bit more because 4 laps in it rather than 2. Alright, have a nice fall. Excellent. I will inform you about how not here the invoice is. That's reverse. No emails. I don't like this car. Admittedly, I did trash it. No, must do this car. Fuck. Picking a different car, I don't like it. It's not agile. I like agile. I'll get back in the Macca.
Congratulations! You've beaten the lap record for this track.
Yeah, boy! Right, come on, let me out, let me out. Quit. Yes. I'm a big quitter. I play the game as I want. So that's my prerogative. 37-year-old male. White male. This has to be the one. Because I'll run out of credits, entry fees. Car. The Macca's better than the Phantom. Why is it defaulting me to the Phantom? Oh. Yeah, not bothered now. So I've only got this left to do. Game finished. Another one ticked off. It'll be 12 down, 293 to go. I'm full of regret hearing that number. But yeah, it's my plan is just to finish the game tonight. I don't intend to start freestyle motocross tonight. That'll be next stream. Gotta go and do some
3, 2,
Final Fantasy 14, I think. I'm done here. Just chill out, have a couple of beers. Oh, it's so much more nimble. Much preferred. So that Phantom, is it meant to be an equivalent of the Bugatti Veyron? Excuse me. Oh no, Phantom. I do feel like it is a real car, actually. Maybe a Bentley? No. No, it's not a Bentley. Titan. That certainly sounds like a fantasy car. Might be based off something though. I suspect the Titan might
You're
be a...
in 4th place. Lap 2.
You've unlocked everything else unlock. Obviously, that's just me guessing. Bonk. Bonk. As soon as you get into that little groove at the bottom, it just yeah, sends you towards the wall. As soon as you're off the banking. Ah! I hate that corner so much. That closed barrier at the end because we're in reverse mode. It's terrible. Damaged? Is that, have I lost top speed? Yeah, the jerky speedometer generally indicates engine damage, doesn't it?
You're in 5th place. Lap 3.
Yeah, boy. Shit, we're here. I'm not bonking that fence again. Breakfast. 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 Resembles the Burton BMW Pixter. Oh, so it's one of those concept cars that never get released. The automobile equivalent of Paris Fashion Week. You know, meant to garner attention, never be a genuine product.
You beat the lap record. You're in 5th place. It's the final lap.
Oh! He tried to put me into the fucking pillar in the middle. Dick bastard wank flat man. I mean, all special events gets you the Titan. Well, I'm intending to do that, so... Wonderful to have an unlock I'd never use. Ah, this fucking corner! take this as a drop round, I think. Is the Titan based off anything in reality, or is it just a stupid fantasy car for like a final unlock? I will use every tactic to keep this third place. It's a hot rod. Did you ever play Tocker Race Driver 2? That had a little hot rod special event in it. Unfortunately, it was just a duel. There was never a hot rod series. Although I bet you could set one up in like custom mode. But Tocker Race Driver 2 was so good, man.
You placed third.
No invoice. And yes, that was a drinks coaster stuck to my glass. The key is to not just pick it straight up.
Congratulations! You've beat the best time and lap record for this track.
Definitely the PS2 era. Although I had it on PC. I say had. I've still got it over there. It was so good though. I say if I was to do a PS2 racing challenge, getting to play that again would be a big motivator for that. For doing that challenge. Even had lorry racing.
Three, 2, 1, go!
We'll see. I might have a month off of racing games at the end of this. I know, shock horror. Who knows? I might get to the end of this and say I never want to see another car game again. I don't think I will though. You brake tested me. Landing.
You're in third place, lap 2.
One thing I am planning to do this weekend, because I've been saving all the videos from this series so far, I'm planning to start putting them on YouTube this weekend. It's a curious juxtaposition because I'm expecting on Twitch, like the fondly remembered games to potentially garner an audience.
You're in first place. Lap
Whereas
three.
YouTube, when it's there forever, I think there could be more potential for the niche titles to get a bit of passing trade, so to speak, and point people towards the stream. You know, simply because the old classics will already be saturated on YouTube, you know. Whereas when it came, like, what's made me think this was Virtual QT 99, because all I could find on YouTube of it was the intro video. I could not find really any raw gameplay footage. The reason I go looking for this is because I use it just to basically have a nosy at the menus, see what the completion goal might be, you know. Of course, it's subject to change based on what I actually find in the game, but it's usually a good indicator to, you know, have a look at someone going through the menus, see what's there. But yeah, I just could not find it for Virtual QT.
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
By game and stream. So basically, I will upload every stream. If there's 2 games in a particular stream, I'll split it. It is meant to be a minimum effort upload thing because I don't have the time to curate it. So it's basically upload the stream. If it's 2 games in a stream, I'll split it and it can be 2 uploads. And then I can have a naming system. You know how TV does the season episode? S1, E5. I can do game stream, game 1, stream 1. A lot of them have been one-shots, but whatever. But yeah, I wanted to build up a bank of... The number in my head was 10 games worth before I started uploading them. So I could do 3, basically schedule 3 uploads a week, get the next 3 uploaded at the weekend, and basically release one Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And basically have a little bank there for... like a 10-game bank for... Yeah, when I have holidays, endurance races that affect the streaming, and then some weeks, obviously, I'll do more than 3 streams worth of, more than 3 videos worth of content. I'll make a new challenge for it, not challenge, channel for it as well, so it's separate from, you know, my Paul Taylor Experience stuff. Yeah. Basically, it's like I'm gonna have the thumbnail, like a template for the thumbnail ready, a template for the description ready, so I can just upload it, plug in the variables, and shove it in the schedule. My one curiosity is how far in the future are you allowed to schedule things in YouTube, but I'll find that out when I'm putting the first video up. But yeah, once I've got all the elements ready, it shouldn't be a big effort to keep up with, you know.
2, 1, go!
Oh, fuck. Okay, freebie. So ultimately, it should be reasonably low effort. If it brings people to the channel, absolutely fantastic. If not, I've got a record of this challenge. All well and good. Not that I ever intend to go watching these back, I'll be honest. Yeah, as I say, I think the biggest value for me putting the VODs up will be for the niche games. Getting a record of those on YouTube, you know. That's not value for me, that's value for...
You're in 4th place, lap 2.
Retro gaming as a thing. A lot of these games will only have a handful of content. I was explaining a moment ago about my using YouTube to try and find out what my completion goals should be. The freestyle motocross game I've got next, I couldn't see the menus. It was just a bunch of people doing single races, going, ew, this is janky, and then turning it off. It's like, well, what's the campaign mode, mate? Come on, show me the campaign. I couldn't see it. I had to start reading reviews to see what was there. Even then, it's, you know, these were like 20 years ago reviews. It was reviews where people have scanned in old magazines into a website. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I think there's a value to it beyond hopefully just pointing a couple of people towards my channel.
You beat the lap record. You're in 3rd place, lap 3.
Let's face it, like Gran Turismo playthroughs. I haven't looked for them yet, but I know there'll be fuckloads of them. I won't be adding any value to YouTube by uploading my streams of that. Fine. You know. Been done, hasn't it? Hey, you know, it's... Same thing could be said about my iRacing streaming. I think I'm good at iRacing streaming. It's kind of been done, hasn't it? There's a reason I don't get passing traffic. There's fuckloads of us trying that trick, trying that game, you know. Oh, you mother Hubbard, little bump. Oh yeah, and so I think my stream layout for iRacing was really good.
You're in 3rd place. It's
You know,
the final lap.
It's a lot cleaner and nicer than a lot that you see in the iRacing channel, but it's still just guy drives a race car. Wannabe middle-aged race car driver has midlife crisis. You know, it has been done.
not a lot you can do to differentiate. It's racing, isn't it? God damn this track. Not necessarily elites. I mean, yeah, that's some of it. That's a certain subset. But, you know, guys like Vulcan,
You placed third.
Quirk, I wouldn't say they're elite drivers, I'd say they're excellent drivers. But half of it is because they're established.
3.
And there is,
2,
you know, they got in early.
Go.
And fair play to them, you know. They got in early, and viewers attract viewers, you know.
Congratulations! You beat the best
You
time
log into a
and
stream
lap
of
record
someone
for this track.
playing iRacing on his own. It's like if anyone came in now, I'm speaking to one viewer. You know, it's not a big draw. But if there's 50 people here, there's chat going, yeah, there's a snowball effect. When you've already got a bunch of snowballs coming down the hill, it's hard to become a new snowball. Yeah, there's more. Basically, it's the same as when I was in a fucking niche metal band. Basically, like, the underground metal scene is fucking wild. So many bands trying to get noticed, and basically, it's an oversupply issue. And I suppose you could say the same's true for...
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah. For a long time with the with streaming in general, for me, I'm very aware that I've got a bunch of pals like yourself, Free Lops, Didsbury Dan. You guys are very much my core, and I'm struggling to get people beyond that involved, so to speak. But a concern was when I'm low numbers, because the worst thing is streaming to nobody. It's so awkward. I can't chat into, like, thin air, you know. I need someone to bounce off. And so I was kind of holding back on my streaming hours because I was kind of trying to respect your guys' time. I didn't want to... I was trying to avoid dead time by just doing a sensible amount of hours, you know. But obviously, everything's changed at the moment. I've gone a bit free and easy, especially with the challenge. It's like, it's a big old challenge. I'll just shove in the hours when it suits me. Whatever. I don't regret the time. I don't intend to give up iRacing
Lap 2.
as a stream. I still intend to do it once a week. Maybe twice. 3 times if we've got a special coming up. I don't regret my handful of guys, because as well, I've hit a bit of a fallow period, and that's to be expected. Combination of summer and, you know, coming out of a pandemic. people have got other shit to do. That's absolutely fair enough. I am delighted that I just basically haven't dropped to 0 viewers. So the reason I started the stream was just to keep myself sane during lockdown. I was having a bad time. It was basically a way of, say, like, without trying to pin my friends down to a commitment, where I could say, here's where I'll be if you want to hang out. It's up to you whether you turn up or not, no pressure, you know. That's how the channel started. Initially, I didn't even want to do iRacing on stream, because none of my friends in my personal life
You beat
do
the
sim
lap
racing.
record. You're in 3rd place. Lap 3.
The closest is Robin, and he caps out as at kind of arcade, like basically he can't quite go full sim, and he's not willing to. But aside from that, no sim racing, mates. So I didn't want to do sim racing because I thought none of my friends would give a shit. I was quite surprised to find that wasn't the case. No, I've not. He's doing fine. I've seen him post on Facebook. He was at Arc Tangent a couple of weeks ago. Right, I don't think I've seen him in any of the PS1 streams. So I just mustn't be interesting for him. That's fair enough. Or maybe I offended him at some point. I do that. I offend people. Not through malice, just through stupidity. Fuck.
You're in 4th place. It's the final lap.
This special event, finally a bit of challenge. Might need to start concentrating. I'm not doing great. Yeah, ultimately I'm very happy with, as far as the stream is concerned, to be doing the PS1 challenge. Because I see this as a thing that is me. You know, I'm not aware, not saying it's not being done, but, you know, it is what I consider this a unique selling point for me, for my channel. I'm very happy with the idea.
You placed 3rd.
And, you know, I got interested in the completionist scene when another person I was following raided me into Big Tall Not Small, who's trying to beat every Xbox game, the original Xbox. He's raided me into, at one point, into a guy called Koos, who's trying to do every PS2 game he's purchased, which is like 1,400 games. So, yeah, good luck to him. I want to explore some more of the community, because that could be, you know, if I drop into a couple more with a couple of raids, yeah, I might get something reciprocative. When I get through Gran Turismo, I might get a few follows through that. When I do the Le Mans 24 on the dance map, that might garner me a bit of attention. I'm hoping to kind of ingratiate myself with some people prior to that. Maybe get a few people around. It's the balance of, I don't want to be stomping in and just using these guys. Like joining a Discord, sending a message, then leaving forever. That's not my style.
1, go!
Yeah, absolutely. But how do I advertise without being an arsehole? But as I say, I've got unique selling points. I suppose I've just got to sell them now. I think I'm decent at this streaming malarkey. You know? Not the most terrible person ever. I just can't rely on the algorithm, I suppose, to expand beyond my close circle of friends. Shit! Fucking track! What? I just boffed the top of that fucking tunnel.
You're in 3rd place. Lap 2.
I understand I'm right up your alley, Navis. iRacing and classic racing games. Both of the things you spend a lot of time on. And I got friendship guilt in there for our time endurance racing together. That was the point I was leading towards earlier. So I found these other guys doing completion challenges, and they're all genre completion challenges. Of course, I should include Slops there with his currently on hiatus N64 challenge. Of course, the difference between them and me is mine's a genre challenge.
You beat the lap record. You're in 2nd place.
I see it constantly on
Lap 3.
Slops' streams. Guys who love a particular game, and I found it when I was doing variety streaming. Guys love a particular game, they visit for that game, and obviously, like, they might hit the follow button, but you don't see them again, because once you've moved on from that game, you're not streaming what they want to see. It's fair. And because it was variety, I wasn't even necessarily following up with the same genre. But with mine being a genre challenge, I've got a better retention potential. You know, obviously not guaranteed, but it's there. Is that a cyclist going over the bridge? Ringing their bell?
You beat the lap record.
Hooray.
You're in 1st place.
Hooray.
It's the final lap.
Hooray! Yeah. And streams to some extent should be a dip in, dip out of thing. You know, no one enjoys watching a grind, and I've been doing grinding today for credits. You know, a car running off on the front on their own's not much entertainment. But, yeah. What can you do? Fuck. Oh no! No! Ah. Ultimately, it's why I've never streamed a JRPG. So I don't know how to fill the dead time when you're grinding levels and shit.
You play second.
You know, I'm not quite that chatty. God damn, I can't believe I threw that bastard away. But it was Chump on top, and Chump is, well, he tends to live up to the name in this game. It's not guaranteed.
Congratulations! You've beat the best time and lap record for this track.
Ultimately, when the pro streamers are doing 8-hour streams, it's not guys tuning in for 8 hours. They have a cycle of people coming through. They'll come in, watch for half an hour and an hour, move on, get on with the day, and by the time they leave, more people have come in for their half an hour to an hour, and they do their thing, move on, carry on with the day. Whether that's to check out a different stream, play a game on their own, go to work, whatever it is. And that's the trick, getting enough people in where when a few people bow out unnoticed, other people are there. Oh gosh, it would, Navis, yeah. But that'll be a closely guarded secret. Yeah, when these guys can stream for 8 hours and keep a constant several thousand viewers on, it's impressive, and it's definitely not the same 2,000 viewers staying there for the duration.
3, 2,
They must have churn.
go!
Because it's too much time for anyone to watch all of it. That works to their benefits because total viewers, I suppose, is more important than like average viewers per minute. You know, assuming they're all engaged viewers when it comes to getting subs and stuff. You know, 1,000 people watching for 3 hours each, as opposed to 3,000 people watching for 1 hour each. You know, it's heck. Shit! Oh, look at this race. Well, active viewers, I'd say, is more people visiting regularly, you know, rather than staying for the full particular stream. It's the guys that pop in for half an hour every day that might see the benefit. But you know, we've got a full gamut of different people. You just invite everyone along and hope for the best, don't you? Oh, I've ruined my car.
You're in fifth
Can't believe I
place.
hit the
Lap
pillar.
2.
I will take a second place with this damage. That will be acceptable to me. I've become too complacent at this game. I've had it too easy for too long. Now I've got a challenge and I'm not ready for it.
That's your best lap. You're in fourth
limit is
place.
down.
Lap 3.
Come on, move, car! Magically repair yourself already. I don't want to do this special event twice. Car's ruined. There we go, third place. Fucking game, fuck off. Don't launch me like that, that's dick design. I mean, these tracks were made for these cars. I couldn't drive them until I was on these cars. I can't make the excuse of, oh well, you know, you're at the final cars, you should know better by now. No! No, I shouldn't fucking know better. Ah. Got another lap.
You're in fourth place. It's the final lap.
This shit box. Oh, look. Ah, that sounds really interesting. Yes, I have managed to read that out of the corner of my eye. Yeah. Of course, the thing is, we'll see it, I suppose, when I get to Gran Turismo and stuff. People will be coming along mostly to see what you think of games they already love. Or games they remember. I suppose it's why it's worth keeping it down to 2 or 3 hours. X.
You place fourth.
Yeah, certainly looking up all the old reviews and stuff will be really interesting. So, if you were to do a review stream like that, I know obviously that's just would that be like a weekly thing? Or
Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
oh, that's it. That's why I've just said weekly, because that's going to take work, isn't it? But Nemesis has run away with that. Looks like I'm doing this one again. Snowy Liege. Yeah, you'd have a fair amount of material to assemble. Perfect world, you'd do it like 5 days a week. Well, you know, I'd ideally be on this every 5 days a week, but you know, got a bit of work to do before I can job this one.
3, 2, 1, go!
Well, a weekly show would do that if you're consistent, and I did used to try and keep a schedule. No! F. How would... Alright, you've made the point about the schedule a couple of times now. I'm taking the hit. At the same time, with the challenge of this scale, you know, I've got to kind of just take the bull by the horns whenever I can. So, schedule plus, i.e. 1 or 2 committed slots per week, plus ad hoc. Oh, I don't like this track. I absolutely get about the point about the schedule, because my mate T, when he was trying to stream, he had committed times. I would actually set aside those times for him. But then, for whatever reason, he'd failed to meet the times. And it kind of ruined my evening in the process, because whereas if he was ad hocing, I could kind of, you know, I wouldn't feel
the lap record.
pressure.
You're in
Whatever.
4th place. Lap 2.
Oh, this corner again, the late tightening. F. Well, that's it, and it is a hobby. It will forever be a hobby, as much as I may wish otherwise. Oh, don't go on the inside there, it is icy. So I should kind of treat it like one, you know. That's kind of my mentality at the moment. It is a hobby, treat it like one. Ah. I mean, this tournament's already escaped me. I'm just banking the credits for retries now. Oh, ice. Ice. Baby.
5th place. Lap 3.
Cut me off like that, knob wank. Same corner again? Damn, you're tightening apex. Ruining my car. Click the inside. Yeah. I suppose I'd say this is firmly hobby territory now. I'd like it if it was more. Saying that, I'd like it if it was a bit of a more successful hobby right now. But, you know, still very early days in the challenge, so whatever. Just keep plugging away. I suppose is the point right now. Exactly. And I am looking at that unplayed game list at the moment, and it is feeling a little daunting. But whatever. Whatever. Yeah, it's not daunting in and of itself. It's when I kind of calculate when the finish line is based on current pace. It's like a bit of a wince, you know.
That's your best lap. You're in 5th place. It's the final lap.
The car is damaged enough to no longer have that corner be a threat. I think I kept the Ferrari. I might try this in the Ferrari next, because I was utterly dominant in that car. Oh gosh, get out of the icy boy. Snowy boy instead. Fucking great. I don't know. As far as channel points are concerned, I'm limited to 5. Now I've got a big bank of very reasonably priced bit ones, I would say, i.e. the vast majority of 5, which is the absolute minimum I can set them at. Text-to-speech is at its minimum. Like most of the streamers I visit have them set at 100 bits for fear of spam. Whereas I've taken the approach of, let's say at the minimum, if people start spamming them, then I'll start increasing the price, you know. I mean, I don't mind getting trolled that much because I view that as interaction. That's people getting involved and having fun. But obviously, if it gets extreme, where it's constant French TTS, then I would, you know, push it to 10 bits first, and it doesn't slow down. Profiteer a bit more. Have a limit on the number of different bit redeems? No.
You've beat the best time
As I say, I
for this track.
have kind of a reactive policy to moderation as opposed to proactive. I.e., if stuff is problematic, I'll deal with it as opposed to
Congratulations! You have won the silver
as
trophy.
opposed to getting scared by shadows, so to speak. Right, I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then I'm going to have another try at that Enduro Champo. Be right back. Yeah. Well, regarding stuff like, well, the TD6 thing is certainly an option. I tend to shy away from putting. Okay, I have one thing that you can pay for with bits that's perhaps shouldn't be there, and that's the Long Man. Champagan and the Final Fantasy 14 stuff is all under channel points under the idea that I'm not profiting over other people's work, you know. And, you know, Fernando's, you must always leave the space. That kind of... I'm not sure whether I should be using it. I mean, other people use that shit all the time, let's be fair. I'm not quite sure if it's right. No invoice. Are you shocked to hear? Right. Special events. Let's try this again. Endurance racing competition. Final one. Do I wish to pay the entrance fee? Yes. I would love to enter you. Okay, so it's not every track, because Celtic Raceway isn't there. Obviously, they've capped themselves at 7 tracks there. Oh, the Porsche was dominant. I've got 2 Porsches, of course. Let's try that boy. That's quite agile. Oh yeah, it's the big thing. The word you used before of snowball. That's the big thing for me with streaming success. It's just getting that ball rolling, and it kind of grows from there, you know. And that's what I've failed to do. Ultimately, it's what may. At the same time, the Le Mans 24 dance mat might be the start of that for me.
Go!
Just got to keep trying things, you know. This challenge could be the start for me. You know, once it beds in, but I've not done great for new likes so far, which is a shame. Fuck me, this is a rocket ship. Oh, new likes, new follows. This isn't Facebook fault. Come on. But as I say, you know, going back to the start of the conversation, the oh, going this way. Oh, this car's overpowered. You know, like the VOD might be a big help when I start that going. The VOD channel. Warm-up dance mat streams. I was planning to, you know, practice. Yeah, streams might help. Like an out, just doing a single stint and then doing something else maybe. Maybe. Alright, this selection of car might not have been right. Bonk. Perfectly judged.
You're in 4th place.
No, I'm
Lap
not.
2.
Third place, dickhead. Yeah, a couple of prep streams might do me well. Yeah, how do I get passing traffic with a stream like that, though? I mean, that's the trouble with this plan, really. Where's the passing traffic? There's a reason why the major streamers like cluster towards popular games. It's because that's where the passing traffic is. Said last night that this song's a bit full on. Perfectly judged.
You beat the lap record. You're in 2nd place. Lap 3.
Oh, dance mat using warm up using other games. I'll be honest, my intention at the moment is to do it first weekend of January. Mostly because I don't want it to be on consecutive weekends with the Daytona 24. Which means the build up to that is slap bang in the middle of Christmas period, which could work great, which could work terribly, quite frankly. But yeah, in my mind, a warm-up was literally practicing doing Le Mans on the dance mat. The Sonic Stream itself, I went in on next to zero practice on purpose. Like, the struggle was meant to be part of it. But I do intend to at least be able to lap reasonably comfortably for this, because the whole 24-hour endurance element of it is a big part of it. And that's not going to quite play off if I can't put a lap together. That might be engine damage.
You're in first place. It's
Yeah,
the final
boy.
lap.
Wonder Boy 3. I have to think about that. 'Cause I can bash that out in a single stream now on a controller. But it's not a small game. Also, Wonder Boy 3 wouldn't get the passing traffic, to be honest. I wouldn't consider Wonder Boy 3 a big game, even if it did get its remake. And it's still very niche. The reason it got its remake is because it has a very, very dedicated community. There's a lot of people with good nostalgia for it, but it's not a community. Have you played Wonder Boy 3, Nabs? I suppose, yeah, it's a Master System game, it would meet that criteria. Played all of them. Bloody hell, you're more into it than I am. Okay, this might be the right
You
car.
won the race.
Have you managed to complete Wonder Boy Monsterland? Mastered 6? Fucking hell. You legend.
Congratulations! You beat the best time.
Been a few
and
years
lap
since I've
record
played
for this
that,
track.
but I've never managed to beat the dragon. And even just reaching the dragon is a big challenge. Because of the time limit and the maze at the end. Fucking hell. I always used to just get lost in the maze. Even with the bell, something would go wrong. But, you know, if you don't go for the bell, if you get the other secret item, obviously it makes the dragon easier. But yeah, it's a tricky game, that, but I love it to bits. I've still got my cartridge over there. I say still got, it's not the same one I played as a kid. I had to re-buy it off eBay after Steve-O sold our Master System to the smelly kid across the street. so we could buy more Mega Drive games.
2, 1, go!
I know where a lot of the secret money is. Like I had to rebuy Dragon's Trap as well. And let's face it, those two games were two of the very best Master System games, full stop. Oh no! Oh, it's fucking trap, man. Oh, the hammer throwing boy. Yeah, I don't have the nostalgia for that one. I know it. Maybe I should have a look on eBay. Not that I have really anything to plug a Master System into right now, so maybe I should look into other methods. $40? What? What, on original Wonder Boy? That sounds outrageous.
You're in first place. Lap 2.
How many levels are there in the original Wonder Boy? And is finding 40 dolls actually required in the original? Or is that some weird retro achievements thing? This corner again. After the tunnel pull, slow down. This is a late apexer. Oh, okay, one in every stage. Wow, 40 stages then. Big old game actually, that, isn't it? There's a true ending, so it is... It's not just some wild retro achievement. Wow. So I think this was in arcades.
That's your best lap. You're in first place. Lap 3.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, it seems like a lot for arcades, that. I'm being super cautious because I know my bastard bend is upcoming. This one. Ah! Harry Swatch going for the arcade world record high score. Oh, in Wonder Boy. Wow. Sorry, I'm struggling to do the big read right now. Oh. Yeah, the Mega...
That's your best lap. You're in first place.
As far as I'm concerned, Dragon's Trap was the peak. The one after that, I've got the Master System version on Master System. I also have the Mega Drive version on PC, officially bought. and I didn't quite get it. And then there was some weird, like they were more akin to scrolling shooter ones as well. But yeah, Monster Land and Dragon's Trap were the two for me. Have you played Monster Boy in the Cursed Kingdom? That is really good. If you like Dragon's Trap, you'll have a great time with Monster Boy. Oh fuck.
That's your
Monster
best
Lair, that's
lap.
the one.
You won the race.
But yeah, Monster Boy was the spiritual successor that came out a couple of years ago. Chef's kiss. Fucking great.
Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
No invoice. God damn it. I've never wanted to give somebody money so badly. Oh god. What was the the more? Oh, I'm just gonna have to look at the box here. Hold on. Monster World 4 Wonder Boy, but with Shantae type character. Now, Shantae, I've only played one of those. Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. That was really good. I feel like I should do more Shantae. So yeah, Monster World was the other one I was referring to that had both Master System and Mega Drive releases. Yeah, I didn't get far in it, but I didn't have the childhood nostalgia for it as well. That's what Land and Dragon's Trap has for me. I never got far enough for a difficulty spike.
3, 2, 1, go!
One of those. Shit. But yeah, mate, if you haven't, I've said it several times, you need to check out Monster Boy. I think it did have like direction or something from the original Wonder Boy designer in it. It was a bit weird because it came out at a similar time to the Wonder Boy 3 remake. Snake and a Pig. Yeah, that's the one. super good. Tree! Ah! My championship slipping away. I think this track fucked me over the last attempt, didn't it?
You're in third place. Lap 2.
Well, I bought it on PS4 originally, and I got myself a bit currency stuck. I had to go currency farming to progress, and it annoyed me. But then I got it on a deal on PC and decided to stream it, and no one watched the first stream, so I finished it off offline. I never had much luck with Metroidvanias on stream. Like Hollow Knight, one of the greatest Metroidvanias. I streamed that for 2 hours, didn't get a single viewer. This was early days, of course. Like not even one guy stopping by. And so I didn't stream that again, but I did finish it. I didn't 100% it though. It was a very difficult game. I think I got a couple of people for when I played Wonder Boy 3 through. But just people who already knew the game. I ended up doing that in a one-shot, which I didn't even believe was possible when I was a child.
That's your best lap. You're in second place. Lap 3.
Dick, you get what you deserve. Berlin dude? No, I don't. Streamer? Okay. Oh shit. Alright, Sega speedrunner. Cool. Might go and give him a cheeky follow after this. No. Wonder why trifecta speedruns.
It's the final lap.
Wow. Shit. Stop reading, Paul. Do racing. Oh, that's a shame. Right, sorry, I'm going to start ignoring you for a minute, mate. This race is coming apart at the seams. Got some engine dams. I'll have that. Nice little diversion. The scenery. The sunshine. Second is a reasonable
You place
recovery.
second.
Banging. I'll have that. So, who's my main competitor? Is it Nemesis again?
Congratulations! You've got a top time for this track.
Yeah, boy! It is Nemesis, but I've got a reasonable lead there after 3 rounds. All good. That's the thing. When they drop off, did they just get bored of streaming, or did something worse happen? You'll never know unless I suppose you were part of their social media channels or something and they made an announcement. But even then, that's no guarantee. But yeah, maybe I won't go and find his channel if he's not streaming anymore. No benefit to me there, unfortunately. But I do hope he's well. However, he's whatever happened, I hope everything's going well for him. Obviously.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, well, things like that are always interesting, you know, it's why elite sports exist. You know, how fast can people do this? How far can people do that? And speedrunning is the same mentality but applied to games, isn't it? It's like, what's the extreme? What's the limit? What does the best at something look like? Shinobi World 7 minutes. Fuck. That is a great game though. I never really got into Miracle World, but I love Shinobi World.
You're in second place. Lap 2.
Don't mount the curbs, Paul. It's bad for you. 7 minutes. Is there something like extreme glitching on the go? Something like that? I mean, it isn't the longest game anyway. No glitches, 7 minutes. Wow. Just got every bit of timing down. Amazing. I've never even managed to complete it. I've made it to the final boss a few times. Completed? No. Dickhead! Guy was not letting up. But yeah, Shinobi World's a great game. I love that the first boss is called Robster and he's a lobster. That's the main thing I remember. That and just the whole
You're in
fight.
third
Like
place.
the visuals
Lap
and the
3.
music is really well done in that game. You know, it's a good aesthetic experience. I'll catch up in a sec. I think I'm gonna have to go bunker mode on this race. Hold on. God, sliding everywhere, this car. It's meant to be a Shinobi game. Is
That's
the
your
reason
best
that
lap.
they
You're
changed
in
tack
second
anyway?
place. It's the final lap.
Was it just corporate decision we need a Alex Kidd game now? Or was there more to it? Bums. Again, and I think I'm running out of road. Ah. Yeah, that's ended it.
That's your best lap. You place second.
This boss was designed to look like Mario. Fucking hell. Like that would have stood up for long. Fuck. Yeah. Paint job. I see. I mean,
Congratulations.
Shinobi became a
You've
big
got
brand,
a tough
didn't
time
it?
for this
a
track.
short while. It's not a series I spent a lot of time with, because I think it had one-hit deaths, didn't it? Remember trying to play it at my uncle's, and I just didn't get it. So I gave up. It's like, yep, done with Shinobi forever. You know, in the with the conviction of a 7-year-old who knows what he wants. That would have been one of the Mega Drive Shinobis. But yeah. That's good in Shinobi World. Chef's kiss. Fucking great. Yeah. I mentioned this on the stream yesterday, but
1, go!
as a kid, I had one approach to games, and that was brute force. And if it didn't work, and I couldn't brute force harder, that was the end of it. Nemesis! Yeah, apologise if I check your comments slightly less now, but I am determined to get this tournament done on this attempt. So enjoy the furrowed brow. Man who's had a few.
You're in first place. Lap 2.
Is liking to pretend he's still got the skills of a sober boy as he drives into a hedge. Q Nemesis. And off he fucks. Anyway, nice time was had by all. Bonk. Woo. Yeah, it's much easier going the other way.
That's your best lap. You're in first place. Lap 3.
Hey. That got me last time. Hello, Nemesis. Come back for more, have you?
You're in first place. It's the final lap.
I learned. Shock horror. Boff.
That's your best lap. You've won the race.
No invoice. Yeah, I had to put my head down though because there are a few booby traps on that track, as you well know. Oh, this game's... Well, it's because I'm having to replay the Endurance Championship.
You've got a top time for this track.
Yeah, it's tracked on a little further than I would have liked after how nice and short the other one was. But 2 more tracks. All good. Yeah, but mostly, I mean, this has been a little more of a challenge, but for the most part, my only criticism really is that it's been a bit easy, you know? It's a shame. But whatever. It is what it is. Starting to get good at these janky old PS1 races now. Yeah, 12 games deep after all.
3, 2, 1, go!
Right, Nemesis, you can win one. You can win one. Ah, yes, the Pillars of Doom. Bonk. Do you know what our performance vehicle needs? A horn. Oh gosh. Bullet's catching up as well. Sorry, Bullet. I have room for one at the end. Oh, you barging in anyway. Boff.
You're in 3rd place. Lap 2.
I might take a state save after this one. I have no intention of running through this tournament a 3rd time if it comes to that. Sure, it's not necessary, but caution in it. Chaos. Fuck, oversteer, oversteer. Wombling free. Oh, it's all crumbling. Right. Game face.
That's your best lap. You're in third place. Lap 3.
Chumps in second. What happened to not Nemesis and not Chump? Where's that sound in front of me when I've got the bins on? Mother Hubbard. Yeah. Not coming out my speakers. Just recover third. Do a state save. I was holding gear down instead of... I got distracted by correcting the pins. Suddenly started holding gear down as brake, as it is on modern racing games, like a clown. Oh man. I think I got a puncture. Don't drink and drive, kids. Maybe a double puncture on the left side. I was in the air, it's like, why aren't my brake lights on? That's because I was holding gear down.
You're in fourth place. It's
Lights
the
being
final
third.
lap.
My Porsche 911 gently weeps. Does it show when I'm pressing the stick down as a button? Now. Oh, it flashes the stick. That's curious. Maybe I should concentrate on racing, but I think fourth's all I'm getting for this one. Wow, it did not want to stop. I had the brakes down. Definitely had the brake down that time. That was obviously too damaged. It's all crumbling apart.
You place fourth.
What does that do for the Champo? Indeed, Navis, I've shot myself in the foot here, haven't I? Fucking hell.
Congratulations. You've got a top time for this track.
I don't know how I got a top time for this track. Oh, the lowest of the top times, that would explain it. 3-point lead. So a top 2 guarantees it. Anyway. Saved state. Just in case. Because I'm not good at this track. So I'm going to go full concentrato. Try and not chat shit. Can't guarantee it because, well, you know me.
Three, two, one, go!
Just gotta be careful of the icy patches here, because they will ruin your day. Excuse me, Nemesis. Can't just stop existing. Do you want to come through? Don't think you're tough just because you named yourself after an Alton Towers ride. Question, Navis, have you ever been to Alton Towers? I notice you're aware of it though, based on how your response was written. Nemesis really wants to fight this out. No, it's not a water park, it's an outright theme park. Roller coasters and shit in the Midlands. I've only been there once myself, to be fair, and that was 20 years ago. Yeah, they don't really do water parks in the UK for some reason. I wonder why.
You're in first place. Lap 2.
Fuck, why did I read that? What am I like? This is too twisty to have a nice conversation about theme parks and water parks. Stop it. I do it to myself. And that's what really hurts. Right, I need second place. No ifs and buts about this. I will pit my maneuver my way out of this game.
your best lap. You're in first place. Lap 3.
No! Just bounce off the barrier like I wanted to. Bonk. Last lap.
You beat the lap record. You're in first place. It's the final lap.
No. It's okay. Oh, that's Chump in the lead. That's not Nemesis. And Nemesis isn't even in third. Well. Still be nice to finish the game with a win. Chump is putting up a fight, I say as I cruise past Chump. No! No! Come on! Yes!
You beat the lap record. You won the race.
Alright. Game done. Game to own. The game to earn.
3, 2.
By 900ths of a second I won that race, but wasn't required the win, but I still wanted it because it's a fucking win, innit?
Congratulations.
God knows I'll never get my
You set
iRacing.
new course and lap records.
Right, banging. Let's spin the wheel, shall we? Yeah, because Nemesis wasn't in it. Like, Frost in third place is right down at the bottom there, so Right, let's
Congratulations!
300,000
You have
bono.
won the gold trophy.
Because, you know, it's rather ambitious there. Look at the total going up into the hundreds of millions. Rather ambitious, isn't it? When the most expensive car is $500,000. Bonus. Oof. Here's the Titan. Jim, I'm never going to drive it, eh? Yeah. Hold on. Let's have a quick go in the Titan on hot pursuit mode, I think. Intermediate. Do I get to choose my car? I get to choose my car. What was my favourite track? The train one. The one with the train. I like the train. There we go. Titan. What colours have you got for me, Titan? Orange, yellow, red, turquoisey green, white. White with blue decals. No hot pink. I'm seeing no hot pink. Yes, I've got purple and yellow. Do that, purple and pink. So I'll do this race because let's have a go in the Titan. It looks silly. Then the wheel. Then I'm logging off. I won't keep you up any longer, Nabas. Thank you for sticking out this long.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, it's against the coppers, isn't it? The width of those rear tyres. May as well have no gap between them and just have a big log. It can go. As you'd expect from a toy end-of-game car.
This is County to all units. There is a speeding sports car near the cabin.
Bye-bye, pig.
Unit 45, this is County. Request update.
County, this is 45. The suspect is not responding.
10-4, 45.
Yeah, they didn't budge it
Calling all
there.
units. This is Unit 316. Step aside. I'll take care of this one. County, this is Unit 316. Recommend we use a roadblock.
Roger that.
Thing's a brick.
Captain says go ahead.
County, this is Unit 52. The roadblock is ready near the bridge.
10-4, this is County to 316. A
I
roadblock
just
is
ran
in
through
place.
that car.
10-4, County.
316, what is your location?
County, this is Unit 52. The roadblock didn't work.
10-4, the suspect is still at large. Please continue your search.
I think they found me.
Unit 316, this is County. What's your speed?
Getting that forecast slowdown.
County, this is Unit 316.
Might be
He's
on
going more than
30%
140 kilometers
processor.
an hour.
Copy that.
Oh gosh.
Keep your hands where I
Can't
can
just
see
run
them.
through them quite like that.
County, this is Unit 20. I have a speeding sports car, half a click from the train crossing. I'm in
Can I go?
pursuit.
Oh
All
gosh, it was
units,
straight
be
to the
aware.
arrest.
This is County.
Oh, that was fun. Game done. Right, let's load up the wheel. Excuse me a moment. 9 hours 31 putting this game down as. Let's get the wheel. Wrong. Doco. There we go. Wheel. Bring it over, boss. Okay. Wheel, wheel, wheel. Let's have a really good time. Rush Hour. Huh. Four out of 5. Rush Hour, known in Europe as Speedster. Psygnosis. Ah. Let's have a look at the wiki. Okay, so Battle Round ported to Japan under the name Battle Round USA. Game rankings 56%. Middling Game Fan 80%. GameSpot 7. IGN 6. PlayStation version received mixed reviews according to the review aggregation. Definite retro gaming flavor to its gameplay, but its contemporary graphics and execution give the experience new life. Okay.
Checkpoint.
Huh. That's interesting. It's interesting. I wonder if I can see what the goal will be. Do we get any menu in here? Yeah, it's a checkpoint racer, isn't it? Obviously, because someone said checkpoint. Okay, it's not loading. Is it just straight into the game, or do we get menus? I just want to see what are... Because Psygnosis, massive respect for Psygnosis, you know. They did F197, they did Wipeout, didn't they, Psygnosis? It's, 8 minutes to go to get that invoice today. My internet's not doing so great with the video loading. Fucking typical. Come on. Come on. Can do it. Here we go. Here's the menu. Okay, can you tell I watch bird videos? Look at the recommended ranking my pet ducks. Come on, internet. Don't be a dick. Paul Navis wants to go to bed. Algorithm knows me. What can I say? Alright. This is not loading this vid. Oh, you load that bit. One player. Come on. Let me... I'll put you down to 240p. Give me some video. I can read in 240p. The fuck is this? Give me my fibre. I want fibre broadband, mate. Right, okay, I'm gonna leave that. I can't keep you waiting forever just to see what the tournament fucking mode is on this game, if there is one, what our completion might be. Because that's 5 games in the future anyway. The next game along is going to be Freestyle Motocross McGrath versus Pastrana. And that looks like a stinker. It was a stinker then. That's the kind of stinker it was. So, yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh. Race mode. Oh, don't single race me. Dicks. Anyway. That's going to be an experience. Yeah, cheers, Nabbers. Have a fucking great time in France, mate. And my next stream will either be Sunday or Monday. So I'll see you whenever you get back. Cheers for hanging out with me tonight, mate. And yeah, see you soon. Good night.